and raising the bar for what headphones should be. AirPods deliver a truly magical user experience, from an effortless setup to their amazing sound quality to working seamlessly across your Apple products. Last fall, AirPods Pro took this even further.
Millie fam. I don't know this guy right here. We have 90 members, which is interesting. But this guy's just for the luck. Hey. It's just the beginning. Millie is just one of many projects that are centered around community and putting people over profits. So what do you say, Millie?
is if you are a content creator and you have a platform of
Hello.
Hi.
I'm in the lab.
Oh, how Millie Bot?
You can actually watch me if you go to YouTube or I don't know. It's not on Instagram, but you can go on like. Actually, I should figure out how to stream to Instagram.
I've been watching stuff on Instagram.
But I'm streaming on like I'm just streaming live online.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look you up on YouTube. What's it under?
Millennial Bot or my name Nico Andretti.
Oh, is that what you named your Millie? Millennial? That's cute.
Well, I started just calling myself the Millennial Bot online because I'm millennial and like if you're online, you're just like a bot, you know. Anyway, um, I am dialing. Can we FaceTime and I can see the baby?
Yeah. Here, getting diapers on him. Ezra, relax. Get that diaper in. Hang on 2 seconds, Nick. Here, Ezra, say hi. Say hi, Nick. Right there.
Yeah.
I don't see you.
Well, I'm showing you the robot.
Oh, well, okay.
I just look like this. I'm not interested.
Just got out of the pool. I put it in the diaper on. Ezra, I'm not leaving you in here. Just I'm gonna dry day.
Here, show Millie to Ezra.
Ezra, stop playing and stuff around my speaker. Okay, let's get this hat off. I want your hat on. Ready? Let's go. Let's try to say hi to you in your new place. Alright, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Then we're gonna go, hey, you wanna know where to go?
Isn't that cool? Look at it. It's so cool. Come on. How do you not love that? You have an unstable connection. I can barely hear you, and you're glitching out.
Well, because I'm trying to do something. Just give me 2 seconds. You caught me off of something.
All right, then call me back. All right, you ready?
Alright.
All right. Just flip your camera around. Look, it's Millie. It's so cute. You don't have good reception there, do you? That's the problem. You
Yeah,
just,
their Wi-Fi, I don't know.
yeah, you just don't have good reception. Hey. Cool. Wow.
This is the giraffe giving me some.
Cool. Here, get him to look at the camera. I'll take a good photo.
Here, let me turn it around so I can aim at him. Ezra.
Ezra,
Ezra, look over here.
come on. Right there's good. Wait, no. Get him out of the. Get him. Get him in the shot. Come on. Not behind my little thing. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll save that one. Oh well, hold on, right there. Perfect. Oh. Hold on, one more. Perfect. Oh, that's so cute. They're matching. They have orange. That's so cute. So it's just you and Brandon? Cool. Oh, sorry. Here, let me do this. Let me do this.
It's just black in the background. That's why you're not interacting. Oh, look, he has this little thing.
There you go. I'm just trying to sand this down. This plate. See this plate? It goes on right here. And then the camera goes up here. I have this whole thing printing.
Oh, there. Okay, now I can see it.
I'm just sanding this part.
Oh, are you live?
Yeah.
That's why you have to keep working.
No, it's okay.
He's your biggest fan. He's trying to work.
I know. So cute.
Vegetables. Looks good. We'll try to find you on YouTube. But we got the real McCoy here. Yeah. Look at Uncle Nick. Want to see Uncle Nick? Look at him. Look at Uncle Nick. Say hi to him. He's looking at you now.
Hey, buddy.
All right, now say hi. Say hi. Look, Ezra, Uncle Nick. Say hi.
Hi.
Can you see him? Say hi.
Hi.
Yep, stop. There's Mickey.
He's very cute.
He's very animated. Alright, we're having a good day. Just got out of the pool. Your hair's like a mess, mister. Yeah. This is what you look like with except blonde curls and blue eyes.
Yeah, whatever happened to those? Whatever happened to those blonde curls?
Love you, sweetie. Keep up the good work.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Most of us live in cities, and although they can be brilliant places to live and work, they are also extremely wasteful and polluting. In fact, they are the source of around 75% of the world's carbon emissions. So, is there a better, more environmentally friendly way to run a city? Amsterdam has kind of a crazy, wild ambition to become the world's first circular city. Well, it means that the city hopes by 2050 to use no fresh virgin materials and to recycle all its waste so that it produces no waste. It also wants to have halved its use of raw materials by 2030, which of course is only 5 years away. So that's a really big challenge, and I've come here to see a few of the projects that people around the city are working on to try and reach that really ambitious goal.
If you want to become a circular city, you have to know where to start. You have to know where the biggest impact is. So where's the highest material throughput? Where do you consume a lot of materials? Where is the highest environmental impact? About 5-6 years ago, Amsterdam started working on a circular monitor to track the material consumption in the city and the material throughput and the waste that they produce. And actually the picture is kind of clear. It's buildings, roads, food, electronics that create the biggest impact. So there's our priority list.
With those priorities in mind, my first stop was to look at the built environment. The city government of Amsterdam has calculated that it uses about 300,000 tonnes of materials per year just building and repairing roads, pavements and cycle paths. I've come here to what used to be an old bus station and is now a place where they're taking old, kind of slightly misshapen bricks and they're training a robot to be able to stack them up so that they can be used more easily to maintain the roads here. Rob, thanks for showing me around. We're going to have a look at the robot that you're using to pave some of the streets in Amsterdam.
Ja.
Would you show me?
Ja, graag. Kom verder. Wat je hier ziet is de stenen die worden aangeleverd vanuit projecten uit Amsterdam. Die worden losgestort in allerlei bunkers. En die komen dan uiteindelijk worden ze hier in de robot gegooid. En deze mensen die hier staan, het eerste wat zij doen is een visuele controle van de stenen. Dus is de steen beschadigd, is het te groot, is hij een andere kleur, is het een andere soort. Die filteren hun hier al meteen uit. Alle foute stenen gooien we apart en die gaan dan uiteindelijk naar de afval. They make new stones of it. They crush it and there is an ingredient for a new product. En op het moment dat hij goed is, gaat hij hier door.
So these ones are reused, and if you can't reuse it, then it's recycled.
Ja.
We did a life cycle assessment, and we are basically asking the question, how much CO2 is emitted for 1 square meter of bricks to be produced? And to summarize the main results, whatever we have in the road right now is already basically emissions that were emitted, and that is already there, right? That's what we want to use.
We have developed one clamp for it, so we can lay all bricks. Not every clamp can lay all bricks. This is so different in size, height, length, so you have to have a special clamp. Dus dit is een vierkante meter, dus als 1 vierkante meter per keer wordt hij teruggelegd in de straat. Dat is ook meteen arbotechnisch waar we naartoe willen. Het niet meer handmatig leggen van stenen. When you do it by hand, 100 tot 200 square meters a day. And with a machine, you can easily double it. Ja, en dan is het op zich heel erg makkelijk, dus je ontlast de stad er eigenlijk mee.
Waste is human invention. We should reuse to the maximum because we want to have a lower footprint, but also we want to have a more sustainable business model. Raw materials, even the materials that are cheap today, will become expensive in the future. So it doesn't make sense to have good quality of materials, throw them away and not reuse them just because they are used before.
But it's not just bricks that make up the built environment. There are also some much more modern pieces of technology that inevitably end up reaching the end of their working lives. turns out that solar panels can have a really significant impact. So I've come to speak to some of the researchers to find out more.
Some of the strategies that we're focusing on here in Amsterdam is partially lifetime extension. And then one of the more high-end art strategies would be high-quality recycling and repair. We are working on a project called Fair PV with Biosphere Solar, Circularize and research departments at TU Delft. And we're developing a repairable, transparent and sustainable solar panel.
What are we looking at here? What is this exactly? It's obviously a solar panel, but what's special about it?
It's a solar panel that has one big difference, which is that it is not glued together. So solar panels have this lamination, which means that they are just one big piece of material, and you can't separate anything. What we do is we only close it around the edges, which means that what we'll do in a second is open it with a hot knife, and you have all of your components right there. We see potential to actually use the materials for new solar panels, which is quite hard to do because silicon has to be, I think, 99.999999999% pure. So if you've got glue and all these things and it's really hard to disassemble, then you won't reach that purity. Yeah.
Currently, solar panels, they're rather downcycled. The aluminium frame can be removed. The glass can be recycled in a low quality. But also the very critical components, such as the silicon cells and the silver within it, it can only be, or it is only shredded and used as filler material for asphalt or concrete.
So this is the operating table. You have this adhesive around the outside, and then I can see obviously these silicon photovoltaic wafers.
Yeah.
Is that all there is to it, or is there more to it than that?
So the glue also ensured that it sticks together, right? That everything stays in place. So you see these little dots here? This can all be removed once heated.
So just using a smaller amount of adhesive?
Yeah. We're developing a machine to do this industrially. So this is really just to kind of show the proof of concept. All of these cells are set in strings. And what we would do is we would choose either a part of the strings or take the entire string and replace it with the one we showed in the box.
These cells can then be recycled properly, and new high-functioning cells can be installed again in this solar panel. In this energy transition and circular transition, we are basically transforming a whole city. So a lot of new innovations will be used, and this also poses new challenges that we may not have encountered before. And I think what they're doing here very well is we're looking proactively in what kind of challenges these are, and how can we proactively solve them.
Some of the actions we need to take to make a city circular require everyday people to get on board, and that includes tackling food waste.
On average, it's about half a kilo of food waste per day per family.
I went to see one simple technology that is being installed in Amsterdam's newly built flats, and could one day be in all our homes.
So what am I looking at here? What this machine does is it dewaters the ground up food waste that we produce on the platform here upstairs. You have a normal sink, and then next to it you have a smaller sink with the kitchen sink grinder unit. So all the ground up food waste that you can see in the plumbing right here essentially flows down, and then it winds up here on the other side in this big machine.
Am I right in thinking that normally food waste, or as a standard, the basic thing you can do with it is just incinerate it, and that produces energy?
Yeah.
But there are potentially other things, smarter things you can do with the waste as well.
So you can imagine a compost or biogas or products like this, but we're also aiming for higher applications. So for example, the building blocks of bioplastics.
The water is actually a problem in the whole collection system. We first have to, let's say, remove the water, which all costs energy, and that's the whole research about how to use as less water as possible, and once we use it, how to extract, let's say, the food waste from the water again. And after this project, we also look at how to extract the nutrients that are solved into the water, because there will also be a lot of nutrients in the water fraction, and what can we do with that?
The first step is this dewatering step. This is a screen deck. You
Oh,
see,
yeah.
so the water falls through,
So
and
it's
then
just starting.
and then the solid component kind of slides down to the next separator step.
Okay.
The screw here that transports the solids that fall down in
It
this.
pushes them upwards.
Pushes it
Like
up.
an Archimedes screw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the idea is that the footways get pressed up here, pressure is built, and you kind of like if you dry a towel, you know,
It's like
you
that
press it out,
ringing
same
it out.
happens here,
Yeah.
and then it falls down in this container.
Amsterdam has a schedule of 75,000 apartments until 2050, new to be built. That will be mostly high-rise buildings, and they all can be connected to such a system.
But there is another type of waste that can be more challenging to deal with, especially when it gets into our waterways. I'm standing here on one of Amsterdam's canals. This is actually one of 7 points in the city where water flows out towards the sea. And just in front of me here is the city centre and the central railway station as well. And of course, there's an awful lot of rubbish flowing out in the water from the city centre. And this is where it's collected.
What we've seen and what the science tells us is that cities are one of the major sources worldwide of the ocean plastics that we are also worried about. So what we try to do with the municipality is make sure that we catch it before it enters the river here and then enters the sea.
There's all sorts of nonsense in here. There's cups, fast food containers, glass bottles, plastic bottles. There's even some things that I won't mention related to the city's red light district. But all of it's being collected here, and I've come to find out how this device works.
What you see over here is a combination of a curtain, so a floating line, in combination with a catching system. And the curtain drives the plastic towards the system. The whole curtain makes it impossible for the trash to go out of the city. So the curtain needs to be deep enough in the water. So in this case, it's 50 centimeters. And also what you see is it's 20 centimeters on top of the surface of the water, so that the trash is not going over the curtain. And that's all based on water currents and wind.
So the idea is that the rubbish kind of flows down the curtain and ends up. Is this what we're standing on? Is the
where we're standing on is the catcher?
Could we have a little look at what the catch is?
The system was emptied yesterday.
So this is just a day's worth of plastic.
Yeah. You see
even a light bulb in there.
Bottles, fast food, fast drinks.
What is that?
I think that one is for a flag.
For a flag, like a flagpole. It looks like. Yeah, you could be right.
The plastic that we catch in the catching systems, the most important thing that we do with it directly is tag it, categorize it, number it, create data points out of it. And we use that data to design preventive policies and to target the items that cause the most nuisance to solve the problem.
Is it the case now that for Amsterdam as a whole, you're trying to trap like all of the plastic exit?
So you need to take a look at the bottlenecks.
The places where you can make the biggest impact.
The biggest impact. And the money that you put into removal could also be put in prevention. Then you prevent those plastics, because this bottle is one bottle, but if it's broken down, at the end it is 1,000 or 1,000,000 microplastics. And try to remove those plastics in a cost-effective way. That's impossible. This gives insight in type of plastic, how much, and you stop the journey.
That's great.
We like to view Amsterdam as a living lab where we try all kind of new things that haven't been tried before. We show how it works, we write the lessons down, and then other cities can replicate it. We hope it will also help to establish a different culture, a different consumption culture, in which we care about our materials and our resources and our landscapes and environments much more, and work together to nourish and maintain our own environments.
What I've been really struck by today was just that sense that you won't make a city circular by just a top-down diktat. It's got to be communities and researchers and policymakers kind of all working together, and also just how difficult it is, like all the work that's gone on so far. Important as it is, it's still really just a small part of the jigsaw. So, yeah, it's still a long way to go.
Norris, and I'd like to be the next senator from the great state of New York. I'm going to go through Yonkers. I'm going to go door to door and take the city that way.
The recent Oklahoma Firefighters Union is another boost to Norris, who already had a 6-point lead over his opponent, Roger Linfield.
Whenever I see you on C-SPAN and you stand, I always think you're about to go, Shug! Congressman, you certainly started your career off 8 years ago with a bang. Or should I say a bust?
For the last 8 years, David Norris has represented Brooklyn, New York City, and America. This is my campaign chairman, Charlie Trader. These are voters. They both have yet 10 points. We're 10 points up. This is not going to be easy getting there. I have some real opposition, and what they're saying about me is that I'm too young to hold this office. Win big, but run them 20 down. Okay, got it. Thank you, Jerry. But that's okay, because these are the same people who say that young people don't vote, young people don't care about politics. But I'm here to tell you, your future's about your choices, not theirs. So today I'd like to put them on notice. Because come November, I want them to know that it was young people like you who kicked their asses. Charlie.
Yeah. Big night for us, gentlemen. Everybody ready? You look exhausted. You should take a vacation when all this is finished. You burned out.
I'm not sure the kind of tired I am can be fixed by a vacation.
Everybody needs a vacation. Even us. All right, get back on track.
Hey. Are you still watching CNN? They call this way too early. Cool. On your pretty little time, let's go.
Suffolk County numbers. Linfield 415 120, Norris 370 230.
They thought we went seven.
This county just came into
That didn't mean it.
NBC has us up next.
You work on
got caught. I spent the night in jail.
I think I've been one once before. You're that guy who went into cell. I'm judging from your speech. No. It's too bad the other guy's a tool.
He is a tool. I wish I could have made that clearer in the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think meeting your friends at a college reunion is no big deal. At least not. This is my favorite moment of your whole campaign.
Really? You could have used you on my team a couple months ago.
Yeah, I can help protest.
Like other guys. That kind of candidate would even get elected to the city council.
My guy would never retire.
Well, Lily has
Oh, wow. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Wow. You leave your speech? Hey. Hey. Ma'am?
Let it go.
Ma'am?
That is so much better.
She's on the move. Excuse me. What was that? I don't know. Ready? Yeah, yeah. I grew up not far away from here in Red Hook. I love you both. We had a rule in my neighborhood. When you got in a fight, it wasn't whether or not you got knocked down. It's what you do when you get back up. And I came here to tell you tonight that I will get back up.
We didn't have that saying. It's just one of those phrases that has some traction with folks. Kept moving. In 1998, I did a cover story for GQ with the title "As Young as Congressman Ever." And since then, every story tried to explain how I got here so fast. The word that people kept using was authentic. But here's the problem. This isn't even my tie. This tie was selected for me by a group of specialists in tennis line, New Jersey, who chose it over 56 other ties we tested. In fact, I've got a list that I have to stick to, either a tie that is red, a tie that is proper stuff in here. You know, we actually paid a consultant $7,300. Is this $7,300, Charlie? $7,300 for a consultant to tell us that this is the perfect amount of stuffing.
He has to spill his coffee on his shirt by 7:05. 7:05, the latest.
I'll get him as soon as he enters the bar.
Can't imagine being on the sky as long as you have.
Hey, Tom Frank from the Journal's calling me. Yeah, give him 3227. Hurricane's oxen. We voted for it, pal. We're actually co-sponsored that. Hey, I just saw you on TV. What did they say? Bald. Nice.
That was weird. But they were really just kind of captivated by your receding hairline.
Congressman, I have to tell you, I really admire what you did last month.
Oh, thank you.
I wish there were more politicians like you.
Thank you. Well, I'm retired now. I had to go get a real job.
You'll do well. Okay?
You got a guy running for the bus.
Another M6 right behind.
Hey!
Have we met?
You look big, you familiar?
Waldorf men's room.
You got it. You were just staring at my legs while we slept.
I was defenseless against this small dress there.
It's a skirt.
It's a belt. What is it with you and the Argyle?
What is the deal with you and the boring shades of blue? My clothes match. Did your team pick that out for you?
No team. Team is gone.
Wow.
Did it all by myself.
I saw your speech.
Yeah, the speech. Someone must have got into me.
Wow. That is something.
Really, I'll tense the moment. Hello. Hello.
Did that ringer get any louder? Did you pretty much have that maxed out?
It's the new phone.
Are you gonna run again?
Don't know. I'm starting a new job today.
You have to run again. You can't do that. The country will end up being run by tools like Linfield.
Kinda is.
Oh, shit.
here. I'll pay for the dry
No,
clean.
it's really fine. Please don't. Wow.
$7 will probably cover it. Pick up your skirt.
Oh my goodness me. That is very smooth. Why don't you let me spill some on you and then we'll be even?
That's a terrible idea.
I think it's a great idea. Just one bit, because that's not fair.
You actually
Just a
are
little
crazy.
spill
No,
right
now it all
on
makes
the-
sense. Okay, hang on. Oh, jeez.
He's not here. I know. I'm sorry.
Who was that?
I don't know. Who cares?
It'll be on the eye. Can you just...
No.
Okay, now we're in the 3rd grade. This is great.
It's a sturdy little fucker, isn't it? I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. It just happened.
Okay. Okay, that was a new
Wipe it
phone.
off. I'm Elise, by the way.
I'll remember that.
That's my number.
Terrific, thank you. I'll call you.
So the morning after the election, I woke up thinking about you.
Hey man, what's up?
You're not gonna believe who I just ran into.
Who?
The girl. The girl from election night?
The one you kissed?
She kissed me.
You still sticking with that story?
It's the truth.
Whatever, dude.
They're ready for you in the main conference room.
What are the odds? It's amazing.
It's great, man. Just don't take her advice on speeches anymore. First time works, it's not gonna work again.
You're just jealous because it's the best speech I ever gave. And you didn't write it.
Just so you know, I think I'm coming down against your solar panel thing.
Why?
Well, I just don't think the research is there, and the price point's too high on these things.
Of course it's too high, but if our company doesn't get involved with stuff like this, who will?
Well, convince me in the meeting.
I will. See you, bud.
Hey, Janet.
heard from the chairman.
We'll get legal on it.
Legal just arrived. There's no way the chairman approves a reset. This is your fault. There's no way you get a briefcase.
Hey. What are my options?
Hey, just bullshit him.
Bullshit this guy?
Hey, what's going on here?
Look at this. Questions will burn in him till the day he dies. He won't stop searching for answers. He won't quit. We'll have to watch him forever. Make sure he doesn't talk. Endless ripple effects.
Remember the Torres case 40 years ago?
It's not that bad. Is it?
In the end, they just leveled with him.
Completely?
Looking at that, I don't see you have a choice.
Who the hell are you guys?
We are the people who make sure things happen according to plan. My name's Richardson. You really think I couldn't see that coming? I can read your mind. Yeah, really. Pick a color. Blue. Pick a number, 17. Now, why are you still thinking about running?
I don't really know what's going on here.
What you've just seen behind a curtain that you weren't even supposed to know existed. Must be jarring. It's not your fault. Your path through the world this morning was supposed to have been adjusted. You were supposed to spill your coffee as you entered the park this morning. You would have gone upstairs to change, you would have missed the bus, and you would have arrived at work 10 minutes later than you did, and we would have been gone.
I was supposed to spill my coffee.
We call that an adjustment. See, sometimes when people spill their coffee, or their internet goes out, or they misplace their keys, they think it's chance. And sometimes it is. Sometimes it's us, nudging people back on plan. Sometimes, when nudging isn't enough, management authorizes a recalibration. We deploy our intervention team, and they change your mind for you. Like we did with your friend Charlie. He's fine, by the way. You don't need to worry about him. Now, there's something I need you to understand if I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
Very few humans have seen what you've seen today, and we're determined to keep it that way. So, if you ever reveal our existence, we'll erase your brain. The intervention team will reset. Your emotions, your memories, your entire personality will be expunged. Your friends and family will think you've gone crazy. You won't think anything. You understand? Not one word about us.
shift the direction of his company in the way upstairs wants.
So Richardson could read my mind?
Richardson was trying to scare you.
No, he knew the number I was thinking of, the color.
Because he set it up as a choice. Choose a color, choose a number. We can't read your mind or hear your thoughts. When you make a decision, your mind weighs options. We can perceive them. We know when you're going to go off the plan or not because if we're close enough, we can sense when it's going to happen. We're just here to keep you on plan. That's all we're authorized to do.
Are you allowed to be telling me this stuff? I mean, are they following me now?
We have to monitor the entire world. We don't have the manpower to follow everyone all the time. And there's something about water. It blocks our ability to read your decision tree.
Are you an angel?
We've been called that. We're more like case officers, who live a lot longer than humans.
Why are you helping me?
I have my reasons.
And why won't they let me be with Elise?
All I know is, the amount of resources they've used, keeping you from her is pretty damn important to them. You're going to look for her, aren't you? You won't find her. They'll make sure of it. Even if they weren't trying to stop you, there are 9 million people in this city. You'll never find her. Forget about her. Move on with your life.
Stop the bus!
Elise? Elise, hi.
David.
Yeah, I rode the M6 to work every day for 3 years, hoping that I'd bump into you. Listen, is there a place we could go and talk?
Don't you have to get to work or something?
I just got sick.
I haven't seen you in 3 years. You make me sick. That's not an ideal come on, just so you know. What are you looking for?
No, I just felt like someone was watching us. Hey, Charlie, I'm gonna have to skip breakfast, and I probably have to postpone the speech, too. I just bumped into Elise.
You just hung up on your friend.
Yeah, but we've known each other since we were kids.
What
We have
speech?
a shorthand. Doesn't matter. You want to take a walk?
No.
We have a lot to catch up
I don't
on.
think you should cancel your speech. What if I don't like you at the end of our walk?
I'll take my chances.
Well, seriously, my number hasn't changed. Just call me like you didn't last time.
Look, if you take a walk with me, I'll explain why.
It's been years. How do you know I don't have a nice boyfriend?
Do you have a nice boyfriend?
Would it matter if I did?
Yeah.
Oh, so you don't have any real conviction then?
Okay, it wouldn't matter at all.
Oh, so you don't mind being a home wrecker? Stuff like that.
Congressman! How you doing, man? I'm from Red Hook. You're the best.
Thank you. Good to see you. Okay, if you were married, then it would bother me.
But now you're just saying what you think I want to hear. I'm single. Now let's hear your bullshit excuse for not calling me.
I didn't have your number.
I gave it to you on the bus, handed it to you.
I was mugged. It was taken from me.
No, come on.
My wallet was taken. They took it.
Come on.
Look, why else would I fawn all over you on a bus 3 years ago and then never call you?
Because, I don't know, you have a girlfriend, you felt terrible, and...
Okay, listen. I swear to you that I did not have your number.
All right.
Okay, listen. No. On my parents' graves...
That's heavy.
That's too heavy, I know. But if you Google just Elise, you get
You did not.
757,000 hits, and none of them are you.
You have a problem.
What?
David Norris is off plan.
Son of a bitch. How'd you find her?
Chance. Just spotted her on the street.
We never should have let him meet her in the first place.
We followed protocol to the letter. Guy rides the same bus every day for 3 years? Who does that?
3 years later, I'm still cleaning up your mess. Let's cut the power at her dance studio.
I'm a dancer.
Oh.
Oh, not like that, you pervert. I'm in a contemporary ballet company.
No, I think you have the wrong idea about me.
No, I think that was the first thing that crossed your mind,
I
actually.
think you should invite me to one of your performances.
The company is called Cedar Lake, and there is actually a show tomorrow night, if you want.
Is that an invitation?
No, it's information.
Okay, we're covering the girl's artistic director, and we're still working on Charlie Trainer.
This whole thing will be over in an hour.
Hello.
Paul, eh? How did you remember that?
I'm a politician.
Her decision tree's diverging from her models.
Is this a Julia?
Yes.
Yeah.
36 hours without contact, she'll never speak to him again. Look at her file. It's the last thing in the world she'll put up with.
No, something's wrong. I'm already seeing inflection points.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're in motion on changing the location of her rehearsal.
Renee?
You have to be born with the right body, like very flexible hips and shoulders and long neck.
And you weren't?
No, I was lucky, but, you know, after 15 years of that precision and training, it's just...
That's great. Thank you.
It's good, thanks, Ian. I wanted to try something else, just something open-ended and human, I guess.
What do you mean?
Look,
It's, to me, it's so much more than
what's
just...
this? If they kiss.
A kiss? That's all it takes?
A real kiss. That happens, every possible adjustment strong enough to break them up will cause ripples over your limit.
I think that everything you go through in life should come out in the way that you dance.
I haven't found that to be the case with my dancing.
It's a shame. It's
David!
Really
Hate to interrupt.
Hi.
Hi, nice to see you again, Elise.
How'd you find me?
Does it matter?
Nice work.
David, there's a crowd of people waiting for your announcement speech at the Brooklyn Bridge right now.
Wait, you're announcing today? You can't skip this for me.
I know. I told you I'm not going to let you out of my sight.
David, what the hell?
Do you want to come? Do you want to watch?
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't. I have to go and rehearse. Actually, I just heard that they're moving my rehearsal to Pier 17 right next to the bridge.
You know what? Why don't we'll postpone it. We'll do the speech
No.
another time.
David, come on. You can't do that.
Thank you.
You have to go.
Check. David, she's rehearsing so close. It'll take you 3 minutes to get to the acting speech.
All right, well...
Just come over when you're done.
Cute, Jane. Thank you.
Have Charlie's aide call him
We can meet for a drink
now.
afterwards.
Okay. Are you sure you don't want to ride?
No, I have to go home and change. It's fine. You're so late.
Oh.
Your friend's about to cry.
Yeah, well, I'm wrangling him right now. Yeah, I know.
Shit
Senate seat for the great state of New York.
Don't forget out at the Bankers Group after the Daily Show tomorrow. Are you listening to me? David.
I cannot get a break in this case. Okay. I gotta get to Pier 17.
Hey, do the interview and you can do whatever the hell you want with the rest of your day.
Just handle the interviews for me. I'll talk to those guys
This
tomorrow.
has got to go on the
Listen,
night.
I gotta see at least right now.
David, every time we get close, you do something to mess us up.
This is different.
City, please. Manhattan.
What listing?
Cedar Lake. It's a dance company.
Connecting.
He's gonna ask the parking attendant to use the hard line. I already killed him.
Excuse me, can I use your phone? I have an emergency.
Restaurant across the street.
Mm-hmm. I took out everything for 3 blocks. This guy's a pain in the ass. Come on, let's go talk to him.
It's a whole world of women out there. Thought we established this one was off limits.
Well, it's been a while. I must have forgotten.
Doesn't change the fact.
You put us together 3 times.
That wasn't us, that was just chance.
Why do you want to keep us apart? Because the plan says so. Well, then you misread the plan.
No, there's no misreading the plan when it comes to you and
The
Elise.
plan's wrong.
Do you know who wrote it?
I don't care.
Well, you should. You should really show a little respect.
If I'm not supposed to be with her, how come I feel like this?
It doesn't matter how you feel. What matters is what's in black and white.
But you don't know why I'm not supposed to be with her, do you? That's why you can't tell me. You don't know.
Who is this guy?
Uh-oh.
Excuse me, everyone. Sorry to disturb your lunch. It's an emergency. Has anyone here ever seen a performance at the Cedar Lake Ballet Company? The Cedar Lake Ballet Company?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, where is it?
Son of a bitch.
Hey, taxi! Taxi! Hey! Taxi! Hey! Taxi!
Maybe you should try the subway.
Don't all these taxis you're diverting have plans too? Huh? How long are you gonna keep that up? 20 minutes? An hour? Wow, the ripples must just be endless. I don't care what you put in my way, I'm not giving up. Hey, hey, hey! Taxi! Hey! You all right? You okay?
What happened?
Yeah, okay, you got hit by, you got hit. Okay, are you okay?
I think so.
Okay, don't move. You okay, you all right? Hello, I just witnessed an accident on the corner of Water and Dover Street.
Unfortunately, you're the only witness, Congressman.
Okay, but we did this 3
I
times
just need
already.
a few more details.
Oh, I see. You're not even a cop, are you? He could have been killed.
Sir, if you just calm down.
Hey, Sergeant. Sorry, excuse me. I know you need a statement from me, but do I need to stay here, or can I do it over the phone?
No, sir. We know how to get in touch with you.
Okay. Now, is this man under your command? Never mind. Thank you.
Hey! You want to make a quick $100? You're gonna have to break a couple traffic laws.
More than 50% of the world's population live in urban areas. By 2050, it could be nearly 70%. Big cities have big needs when it comes to water, food, and energy. This heavy demand on resources poses daunting challenges to researchers in a world grappling with climate change. Those cities and towns will need large amounts of energy. Revolutionizing the complex systems of our energy supply is one of the biggest challenges for a global transition to green energy, and for people, probably the most tangible.
So for us as cities and responsible for the policy in the cities, I think it's so important that we take a leading role, because it is possible for cities to change.
So we are very conscious that we need to move into an economy that is renewable and circular and nature positive, all those at the same time.
Actually, we don't have a choice. I think that we have little time left to save the planet. So we have to do whatever we can as fast as possible.
To see how a sustainable energy supply can work in practice, we head to the United States. There, a California city is aiming to become the first carbon-neutral community in the country. Lancaster is home to about 175,000 residents. In 2009, officials started on a journey to go green, fundamentally transforming the city's economy and infrastructure. Not only was it a technological overhaul, it was a shift in mentality.
It's the purpose of government to assist people, not to delay people. It used to take minimum of 6 months if this person wanted to put solar panels on their roof. They have to get a permit. Somebody would always have a design change, but it would take 6 months just for them to be allowed to do it. And so when I found that out, I sent out a memo. It now takes 45 minutes, and it better be 45 minutes. In the city of Lancaster, the hardest part was changing the culture within the city staff, that we look for reasons to say yes. We don't look for reasons to say no.
You know, when we started out down this path, we were laughed at, we were scorned, we were, Facebooked up every day. But we set out to develop a model for a city that once the world woke up, it would be easier for them to do it. As we went down this path, we made more money than you can possibly imagine. Alternative energy is profitable, and it's profitable in a huge way.
Lancaster's mayor, Rex Paris, began by having photovoltaic panels installed on all municipal buildings. The generated electricity was used for public lighting. In the process, Paris discovered it saved the city a lot of money. The savings were put towards installing even more photovoltaic panels on the roofs of private residences. These systems also became mandatory for new buildings. Bit by bit, Lancaster created an alternative energy network. Excess electricity started being used to generate hydrogen to fuel public transportation. The low-cost electricity and cheap hydrogen attracted new, large companies, and Lancaster solidified its reputation as a green boomtown in the United States.
I traveled a lot. I went to the World Economic Forum in Tianjin. I went to Saudi Arabia. I went to the Middle East. Every energy conference, and I learned a lot.
Thanks to the sunny weather and the already existing solar and wind parks in the area, green energy and hydrogen production continued to expand. When Lancaster began the process of transforming its own energy system in 2009, the unemployment rate was at 17%. In 2023, it dropped to around 6%. Lancaster became a self-sufficient green energy powerhouse, and highly profitable too.
Once people start being innovative and creative, it doesn't stop with the immediate goal in front of you. It extends everywhere. This really is the most exciting city in the world, I think, for that reason.
We have a common purpose, and it's a simple purpose. It's that our children survive. That's not hard, And when you have that as a common purpose, you can put aside all the differences and you can make things happen. You can build things that have never been built before. You know, this project here is actually quite remarkable.
In recent years, both the City of Lancaster and Mayor Paris have been recognized with many awards for the achievement.
We have been hit. The vessel is on fire. We are off the coast of Tunis. It was a loud explosion. I was on the top deck. The police are arriving.
Come see me on tour in Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Louisville, Fort Wayne, Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. So this is Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur for Israel, Gaza, to the UN, the one that Marco Rubio and Trump wanted to sanction for telling the truth.
The wanted criminal.
Yeah. She says, breaking, main flotilla boat family attacked apparently by a drone. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. So this is Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur for Israel, Gaza, to the UN, the one that Marco Rubio and Trump wanted to sanction for telling the truth.
The wanted criminal.
Yeah. She says, breaking, main flotilla boat family attacked apparently to Tunis port. Other 2 boats are on their way to Tunis, and they need urgent protection. So here it is.
Hi everyone, Yasmin here. The family boat has been officially attacked. A drone came right above it, released a bomb, and it exploded, and the boat was on fire. Everyone on that boat is okay. The fire is out. But I want to tell you that this boat was the boat that every person from the Madeleine, the old Madeleine crew, was on, which is Greta, me, Tiago, Schweib, and so many more amazing people. They have bombed a boat once again with civilians on it in Tunisian territory. This is an attack which is against Gaza because they don't want us there. Schweib, and so many more amazing people. They have bombed a boat once again with civilians on it.
So,
in Tunisian
Fire in the Family, the ship of the global Shemud flotilla on which Greta Thunberg, Ada Kalu, and several activists are heading to Gaza in the port of... Oh, I can't read these words. They're too small. According to Francesca Albanese, it could be an attack from a drone. Video from the ship. Here.
The family was just hit by a bomb on the front of the vessel. The drone, this was like 10, 15 seconds ago. There's still a drone or something flying around in the area. I don't know what it is. Everyone needs to be careful. The Alma is sending a dinghy right now with fire extinguishers to the family. Every boat needs to be on watch for an attack.
Israel has just hit Greta Thunberg's flotilla with a drone attack in international waters. This is who they are. They're war criminals.
Captain! We've been hit by what appears to be a drone and the vessel's on fire! There's a fire in the front deck! We've been hit! Where's the fire extinguisher? Where's the fire extinguisher? We have been hit. The vessel is on fire. We are off the coast of Tunis. It was a loud explosion. I was on the top deck. The police are arriving. Patty, it was a massive explosion.
So let's read this. It says, it is reported that a boat Familia of the global flotilla on which Greta Thunberg and activists heading to Gaza was attacked with drones while docked in Tunisia. One of them reportedly caused a fire that was controlled. No one was injured and there were only minor damages. There it is. So there you go.
Was it bizarre to see those hearts going up the side? I know it's like I was reading them; they were well wishers, but it's very strange to see hearts going up while the boat's on fire.
It is. Think the Genius Act will protect your privacy from prying eyes and politicians? Think again. Politicians are pushing CBDCs, digital dollars they can track and control. The so-called Genius Act is nothing more than a Band-Aid. Like a CBDC, zero privacy and control over your digital currency. Plus, if a Genius Act stablecoin company collapses, there's zero FDIC insurance. That means your digital savings can disappear overnight with no protection. Privacy is already slipping away. Visit jimmylovesgold.com or call 800-476-7790 and discover how to secure your wealth. Go to jimmylovesgold.com or call 800-476-7790 and discover how to secure wealth you can hold in your hand, not just digits on a screen. Come see me on tour in Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Louisville, Fort Wayne, Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
For decades, humanoid robots were the stuff of science fiction and high-tech labs. But now, they are poised to enter everyday work environments. Around the world, engineers and companies have been racing to create robots that can move, act, and even collaborate. For decades, humanoid robots were the stuff of science fiction and high-tech labs. But now, they are poised to enter everyday work environments. Around the world, engineers and companies have been racing to create robots that can move, act, and even collaborate. For decades, humanoid robots were the stuff of science fiction and high-tech labs. But now, they are poised to enter everyday work environments. Around the world, engineers and companies have been racing to create robots that can move, act, and even collaborate. For decades, humanoid robots were the stuff of science fiction and high-tech labs. But now, they are poised to enter everyday work environments. Around the world, like we do. Now, human-shaped robots are leaving the lab and entering factories, warehouses, and even our daily lives. Amazon, the second-largest employer in the US, with 1.56 million people, recently announced the development of their 1 millionth robot and trials of humanoid robots for deliveries. On one hand, these robots promise to handle drudge work or dangerous tasks, potentially freeing humans for more creative pursuits. On the other, people worry about mass unemployment or being rendered obsolete by mechanical workers. Like the #1 US employer Walmart, Amazon has become one of the major economic lifelines for rural communities, while industries like manufacturing decline. For staggeringly massive companies like Amazon, who have the resources and desire to develop specialized robots, mass job loss could spell major economic trouble for these communities. This raises a big, uneasy question. Are humanoid robots truly going to take over human jobs? In the last couple of years, several tech companies, from giant automakers to ambitious startups, have unveiled life-sized robots that walk on two legs and perform basic tasks. It's an exciting time for robotics. Prototypes are more capable than ever, and some are even moving toward mass production. Tesla grabbed headlines by announcing its humanoid robot, Optimus. First revealed in concept in 2021, Optimus is now a real walking prototype being tested in Tesla's own factories. Elon Musk has boldly claimed that, in time, Tesla could build thousands of these robots, potentially making Optimus more valuable than Tesla's car business. Ambitious? Absolutely. But it shows the level of seriousness now invested in humanoid robots as a future workforce. Tesla isn't alone. A startup called Figure has introduced its humanoid robot, aiming to be a general-purpose worker. Despite being a young company founded in 2022, Figure secured hundreds of millions of dollars in funding and quickly built a prototype. Their robot stands about human height and is intended to work in logistics and manufacturing environments, essentially warehouses and assembly lines. In fact, Figure has even begun pilot tests, including placing a humanoid in a car factory to fetch and carry parts. These early trials hint that humanoids are edging into jobs traditionally done by people, at least in controlled settings. Moving across the globe, companies in Asia and Europe are racing forward too. In China, Unitree Robotics, known previously for its agile four-legged robots, unveiled a humanoid named H1 and a smaller model called G1. Unitree's twist is its affordability. The newer G1 humanoid is reportedly priced at around $15,000 to $20,000, vastly cheaper than most Western humanoids. The goal is to make robot workers accessible and common. Meanwhile, Japan and South Korea, long innovators in robotics, have their own humanoid projects, often focused on elder care or service roles. Even traditional industrial robot makers are joining in. For example, Toyota has experimented with human assist robots, and Honda's famed Asimo robot, which could walk and climb stairs as early as the 2000s, laid groundwork for today's designs. And we can't forget the pioneers. Boston Dynamics in the US spent decades pushing the limits of legged robots. Their humanoid Atlas became a YouTube star by performing backflips and dance routines, showcasing agility that few robots or even humans can match. While Atlas is more of a research platform than a commercial worker, Boston Dynamics' work proved that bipedal robots can balance and move with incredible finesse. Now owned by Hyundai, the company is inching toward practical applications. The latest version of Atlas, unveiled in 2024 as an all-electric model with no noisy hydraulics, is being tested for real jobs, like handling boxes in a mock construction site. This hints that even the flashy Atlas is gradually learning to do useful work, not just cool demos. It seems every few months, another player unveils a new robot with a human-like form and bold promises. The global surge in humanoid robotics is driven by a mix of technological progress and economic pressure. In some industries, there's a genuine labor shortage, or the work is so arduous that automating it is very appealing. So, at first glance, it might look like an army of humanoid robots is assembling, ready to enter the workforce. But what's really going on inside these machines? To understand how close they are to doing human jobs, we need to look at how they're built and what technologies make them and limit them. Think of a humanoid robot as a blend of mechanical engineering and advanced artificial intelligence, all packed into a human-shaped shell. Instead of muscles and tendons, robots use actuators, essentially motors or hydraulic pneumatic devices, to move their joints. Dozens of electric motors work in concert to lift an arm, bend a knee, or turn a wrist. Modern humanoids like Optimus and Figure 01 use compact electric actuators at each joint. These provide the strength and fine control needed for tasks like picking up objects or walking. Engineering a good actuator is a balancing act. It must be strong enough to handle heavy loads, precise enough for delicate motions, and efficient enough not to drain the battery immediately. Each step a robot takes or each item it grasps is powered by these mechanical muscles. To operate in our world, a robot needs to perceive its environment. Most humanoids are loaded with sensors. Cameras serve as the robot's eyes, often providing stereoscopic vision, 2 cameras for depth perception, so the machine can judge distances and navigate. Some robots add depth sensors or LiDAR scanners to build a 3D map of their surroundings, useful for avoiding obstacles or climbing stairs. Microphones can give robots the ability to hear voice commands or sounds, though interacting by voice is still rudimentary in many models. There are also often gyroscopes and accelerometers acting as the robot's inner ear, helping it maintain balance and know its orientation. A few advanced humanoids even incorporate tactile sensors in their hands or fingers, so they can gauge how firmly they're gripping an object, crucial for handling things without dropping or crushing them. These sensors feed a constant stream of data to the robot's brain about what's around it and how it's positioned. At the heart of every humanoid is a computer, or several, running sophisticated software and AI. This is the robot's brain. It processes sensor data and decides how to act. Recent advances in artificial intelligence, especially in machine vision and motion planning, are a big reason why humanoid robots are becoming more viable. For example, a camera image goes through AI algorithms that help the robot recognize, say, a door in front of it or a package it needs to pick up. Balance and walking are managed by control algorithms that calculate how to shift weight and move legs without toppling over, essentially trying to mimic what our cerebellum and reflexes do. Some robots are trained using virtual simulations. They practice walking or grabbing objects millions of times in a computer simulation to improve their skills, and then those skills transfer to the real robot. We're also seeing the integration of machine learning for decision-making.
Can I have something to eat?
Robots can be programmed with goal-oriented behaviors and learn the best way to accomplish tasks via trial and error. While today's humanoids don't have human-level intelligence, they can be surprisingly autonomous in structured tasks, like navigating a known environment or repetitively moving items. The better the brain, both hardware and AI algorithms, the more adaptable and useful the robot. A robot can only work as long as it has power. Almost all modern humanoids are battery-powered, carrying a pack usually in their torso or backpack. The challenge is that walking, lifting, and balancing a heavy robot is energy-intensive. Batteries give current humanoids only a limited operating time, often on the order of 2 to 5 hours of active work on a charge. Engineers are constantly trying to improve energy efficiency, using lightweight materials, energy-efficient motors, and clever software that avoids wasteful movements. Some robots can do opportunistic recharging. For instance, Agility Robotics Digit can dock itself to a charging station when it's low on juice, and Jubitech's recently announced Walker S2, which is able to change its own battery. Still, compared to a human who can work a full day with just a lunch break, robots need fairly frequent recharging or battery swaps to keep going. Battery weight also adds to the robot's bulk. A big battery is heavy, which then requires more power to carry. These machines are marvels of engineering. But if we directly compare humanoid robots to humans in the context of work, how do these robotic contenders stack up against the original article, A Real Human Worker? In certain aspects, robots already have an edge in strength. A robot could lift heavy components or handle toxic materials without risking injury or fatigue. However, current general-purpose humanoids aren't that strong yet. Many are designed to lift moderate loads, comparable to what an average person can handle because of motor and balance limitations. One advantage for robots is that, in theory, they don't need to sleep and could work round the clock in shifts, if we solve the recharging and maintenance hurdles. In terms of raw physical ability, the current generation of humanoids can't yet outperform a healthy human across a full workday. Humans are remarkably agile and coordinated. Consider a simple warehouse task, picking various items off a shelf and packing them into a box. A human can adjust on the fly, pick quickly, and move at a brisk walking pace between shelves. Robots today are still slower at such unstructured tasks. A humanoid must carefully balance with each step and ensure it precisely grabs the right item. This often makes it move deliberately and cautiously. In highly repetitive tasks, a specialized robot can beat a human. For instance, an automated arm on a factory line can weld far faster and more consistently than a person. But that is a specialized robot. A humanoid replicating a human's broad range of movements will typically be slower and more methodical. Robots consume a lot of electrical energy for even basic locomotion. In fact, walking on two legs is a tricky and power-hungry way to move. Wheeled robots or conveyor belts often transport goods more efficiently than a bipedal robot trying to mimic a human stride. So in terms of speed and energy costs for accomplishing varied tasks, humans still have an advantage in most scenarios. Adaptability is where humans really shine. We are natural generalists. A person can be shown a new tool or a new task and, with a bit of practice, become competent. We can handle surprises. If something falls on the ground, we bend over and pick it up. If two tasks need to be done at once, we figure out how to juggle them or prioritize. Humanoid robots, as impressive as they are, tend to be quite specialized in what they can do. A robot might be programmed to tighten a screw with a tool or carry a box, but if you suddenly ask that same robot to do a completely new task, it will likely struggle or need new programming. Their brains are narrow, great at the routines they've been trained on, but not nearly as flexible as a human's mind. Also, robots currently have very limited fine motor skills compared to an experienced human worker. For instance, a skilled technician can assemble small parts by feel and sight, adjusting on the fly. A humanoid robot's hands and fingers still find such tasks extremely challenging. That said, robots have one adaptability edge: you can replicate them. If one robot learns how to do a task really well, you can copy that software to multiple robots, theoretically giving an entire fleet a new skill. In the future, if humanoids become more intelligent, this rapid scalability of skills might be a huge advantage. But as of now, for versatility and creative problem solving, humans are far ahead. A human needs training, yes, but generally we come with a lifetime of built-in learning about how the world works. We also just need basic provisions like food, water, and rest. A robot needs a whole support ecosystem: engineers to program and update it, technicians to repair it when parts wear out, and a power infrastructure to keep it charged. If a humanoid is working in a very human-oriented space, sometimes the environment might even need modifications for the robot's benefit. Markers for navigation, wireless networking for cloud computing help. That's a cost and complexity that we don't face with a typical human employee. The bottom line is that today's humanoid robots cannot simply drop into any job and perform like a human. They excel at specific, predefined tasks and can work tirelessly in structured environments. But give them something truly unpredictable or multifaceted, and they struggle. For now, humans remain the more flexible worker by a long shot. However, robots are improving steadily. Year by year, their strength, battery life, dexterity, and AI smarts inch closer to what a person might do. This comparison will keep evolving. But knowing these current strengths and weaknesses helps us to understand the niche in which humanoid robots might actually start taking over jobs. Likely jobs that are simple, repetitive, or dangerous, where their limitations are less of an issue. For many jobs, it's more practical and cost-effective to use non-humanoid robots. For example, a set of robotic arms in a factory or a wheeled robot courier in a warehouse, rather than a bipedal robot trying to do it all. On the other hand, only human-shaped robots can seamlessly integrate into environments designed entirely around human needs and comfort. Likely, the future will see a mix. With that perspective in mind, what does all this mean for society? If or when humanoid robots do start taking over more tasks, how will it affect human workers, and what ethical or economic questions arise? The most immediate concern is job displacement. There is a genuine worry that advanced humanoid robots could lead to layoffs or reduced hiring in fields like manufacturing, logistics, or retail services. History shows that while automation and new technologies do eliminate certain jobs, they also tend to create new ones, often in areas we wouldn't have predicted. We might see growing demand for roles like robot maintenance technicians, software engineers, or other jobs involved in managing and expanding robotic fleets. As an example, While Amazon's robots have clearly displaced workers, the company claims that 700,000 people have been upskilled as a result. If it's true, then that cost savings and maintenance of robotics will allow for healthier and more highly skilled roles to be made available to humans. However, this doesn't always work out in practice. There's also an ethical and psychological dimension. As robots become more lifelike in appearance or behavior, we'll have to decide how we want to interact with these new helpers. Should a polite, helpful robot be treated like just another piece of equipment? Or will people start regarding them almost as if they are co-workers with feelings? Our instincts might lead us to empathize with robots that act human, which can be disconcerting. These questions aren't fully upon us yet, but they highlight that bringing humanoid robots into society isn't just a technical or economic matter. It also touches on how we define work, companionship, and what it means to be human in a future where robots play a bigger role. So, will humanoid robots take over human jobs? They will certainly take over some jobs, and indeed they already are starting to do so. The most likely path is a gradual integration. Robots taking on the dull, dirty, and dangerous jobs first, then expanding as they become more capable. Rather than a sudden displacement, humans and robots will work side by side for many years, with the balance shifting slowly. In the near term, your job is probably safe, unless it's highly repetitive and in a controlled environment, and even then, a robot will likely complement rather than fully replace you. In the long term, as technology matures, many jobs will evolve or even disappear. But new ones will come, and humanity will have to evolve with the technology. One thing is certain: humanoid robots are no longer just science fiction. They are being built and deployed as we speak. Whether they bring about a golden age of productivity and leisure, or whether they require us to rethink our social contracts, they will play a role in the future of work. The question, will they take our jobs, is also a question of what we want our jobs and lives to be. So, the next time you see a flashy video of a robot doing a flip or hear about one assembling gadgets in a factory, you'll know the robots are coming, but the human touch is not gone. The age of humanoid robots in the workforce is on the horizon, and it's going to be quite a journey getting there. The uncanny valley was a term coined by the Japanese roboticist Masahiro Mori in the 1970s. Mori's theory was that as robots become more and more like us in a physical sense, we react positively to them, until it reaches a point where they are too similar. A sense of unease pervades. Many people believe this is an evolutionary trait that calls back to a survival instinct of distrust and fear. And that is precisely where the uncanny valley lies. Humans have developed a natural aversion to creations that replicate the human form. This often unconscious bias is thought to come from how we instinctively recognize the subtle movements of our fellow beings, the gait of our walks, the gradual micro-movements of facial expressions, and the myriad of emotions conveyed through our eyes. Tech companies today are ever more getting inspired by and are trying to recreate the natural world. We can now store data on DNA. Soft-body, muscle-like robotics are being developed. Human thought and interaction is being replicated with the likes of ChatGPT, and some companies are even trying to reproduce human-looking robots. However, the uncanny valley represents just one of the major hurdles to overcome when developing this biological tech. The question really isn't, are we trying to make androids? It's, how soon will we have them? Building robots in human form that understand instructions and are able to work in a wide range of human-focused environments is most likely going to be a good thing. They could enable the replacement of cheap, exploitative manual labour, opening up higher-paid specialist jobs for humans. They may also allow industrialisation to reappear in the West, having manufacture close to the target market, creating more jobs within these countries and cutting down on emissions from shipping mileage. Cleaning services, park upkeep, farming and manufacturing may one day all be managed mostly by robots. However, humanoid robots are not there yet. While some companies like Ubitech have teamed up with Zeekr to implement swarm robots in their car factories, these appear slow and seem expensive relative to human labour for the same work. These robots are impeded with everything from their heavy bodies and the large battery packs they have to carry, to the hard drive space and cloud connection speeds to process the massive amounts of incoming information. Getting to the stage where it's viable to fully replace humans in these workspaces is going to take a lot more innovation, and that innovation seems to be coming from the natural world. As the saying goes, you don't get a second chance to make a good first impression. That's why one area that looks to become the most controversial and difficult to crack is the aesthetics element. While this is arguably one of the most difficult and more niche elements commercially of robotic design, it's still an area companies are looking to crack. At the 2025 CES show, the robotics company Realbotics unveiled Aria and Melody, life-size and ultra-real AI-powered robots. They are the latest in a line of products from Realbotics as the company seeks to create robots and AI that are indistinguishable from humans in appearance and social interaction for the betterment of humankind.
Realbotics' mission is to create highly human-like robots, and we believe that the more human-like we can do in terms of building a robot, the more natural interacting with it will become. For us, anyway, it's the conversational aspect and the ability of our robots to express emotion that will bring those interactions to a more social level.
The latest innovations include eye movement that can track people around the room. With cameras embedded in the eyes, the computer vision also allows multimodal interaction. The open source technology they use easily integrates with existing AI providers, such as ChatGPT, to bring physical form to the disembodied voices we have grown accustomed to for quite a while now.
We have 16 motors from the neck up. We've spent the most time developing the heads of the robots, trying to stay away from the uncanny valley. I believe that a lot of people who build human-like robots go too far with the expressions, and they're unnatural and, not human necessarily. Most people have very little change sometimes in their face, unless they're making an extreme expression. And so I try to keep within that realm of reality, and we have all those motors doing that. Micro expressions. More than anything, it's just studying humans and absorbing what feels natural and what doesn't.
Interestingly, Realbotics has also stated that their robots have independently different personalities. At the moment, Realbotics are targeting these towards hospitality, or as companion robots, currently with the main purpose clearing targeting a more personal, emotional connection than may be possible with faceless metallic robots.
A brand could buy a robot and bring it to their exhibition like this and bring a crowd to their booth, draw them in, get them to recognize the brand and engage them in a conversation, and the robot would know everything there is to know about your product and your company.
A few other companies are targeting this market, but Realbotics remains unique with this realistic aesthetic. Most others fall into a category that we're coining as post-Furby. These are cute, children-oriented companion robots targeted for play or learning use cases. These include the likes of LG's Storyteller and TCL's Amy. They fit the niche promised by the Furby 20+ years ago. But through LLMs and AI, we'll be able to interact more smartly with children, while creating an emotional connection. However, an internet-connected smart robot with integrated cameras obviously raises some major safety concerns, especially when targeted at children. Encouraging children to create an emotional connection with a computer is also questionable ethically. Adult targeting may be a smarter move in the long run. An area that is genuinely showing some promise is soft robotics. Many companies are putting a considerable amount of research into this area, developing a more muscle-like solution to movement over hydraulic actuators and rigid metallic components. These have a wide range of applications, from mediating safety concerns when robots are working directly with humans, to being able to pick up delicate objects, like glass beakers, without complex pressure-sensitive sensors. Festo is one of the leading companies developing in this space. They currently have a few variations on soft arms for different use cases, including the bionic soft arm and the bionic motion robot. Both work off pneumatics, with the former featuring more skeletal structure and the latter being almost completely made from fully flexible, muscle-like materials. It is stated to be a lightweight alternative to robotic arms, with a payload of 3 kilograms. The pneumatic technology operates by inflating bellows to articulate the arm in the needed direction. These arms also feature different hand attachments, the two most interesting being the tentacle gripper and the bionic soft hand. The tentacle gripper is a tentacle-like appendage that has suckers to grip delicate objects safely and delicately. The bionic soft hand is a full replica of a human hand, designed to work as a human hand would, providing gripping and turning solutions and operating objects designed for humans. Pushing buttons and even typing may also be a consideration for this type of tech. Both attachments work using the same pneumatic technology as the arms. Applications for delicate healthcare activities and surgeries are being made possible with incredible dexterity that could never be achieved through hard metallic equivalents. Taking this soft robotics idea further, Poland-based Clone Robotics have recently shown off the development of their Protoclone robot. Actually being marketed as an android, these robots are looking to use muscular central nervous and skeletal systems similar and directly inspired by that of a human. One of their videos went viral recently showing their Protoclone dangling from the ceiling, twitching its legs. Stepping into the uncanny valley, with its semi-transparent skin and prominent skeletal structure, it's easy to see why this bondage-esque horror movie-looking video caught so much attention, possibly for the wrong reasons. Despite the claim, these robots don't seem like they are close to the stage where they will be able to get up and walk around, like some other systems can already do. However, their technology still looks impressive, particularly with some of their videos showing off dexterous hand movement. The company claims they are able to achieve precise human-like movements thanks to an artificial muscle-like technology called myofiber. This, in combination with a skeletal, nervous and vascular system, enables movement. The technology appears to operate through a sophisticated hydraulic system. A 500-watt electric pump as compact as the human heart is able to pump liquid at a 40 SLPM volumetric flow rate and 100 psi rating, allowing it to supply hydraulic pressure to the entire muscular system. This soft robotics industry is expected to reach a market value of over $14 billion by 2033, so there appears to be a growing interest in it. One of the more science fiction elements of this merger between the natural world and robotics is the research that is going on in printing data onto DNA. Powering the age of robotics and humanoid creations requires gargantuan amounts of information and memory, which is currently split between on-device and cloud-based systems. Being able to store all the needed information in a very compact and lightweight manner could allow for increased processing speed as well as less power usage. DNA appears to be a medium that is able to achieve this. DNA storage technology is prominently being looked into by Microsoft in collaboration with the Molecular Information Systems Lab, MISL, at the University of Washington. DNA data storage leverages the molecular structure found in genetics to encode and store vast amounts of digital information. It's thought that just 1 gram of DNA could theoretically store 215 petabytes. That's 215 million gigabytes of data. For a little perspective, that would mean all the world's data could be held on something no bigger than a sugar cube. This works by converting digital data into DNA code. The binary of zeros and ones is translated onto the 4 bases of A, T, C, and G. A machine then synthesizes DNA strands and embeds the data inside. The DNA can then be stored in liquid form in vials.
Can you hear me? Looks like you can. Let me try this. Let me check this out. Oh yeah, here.
Chemical, which prepares the DNA to be readable and can be decoded back into ones and zeros. Although there is an incredible opportunity for DNA data storage, progress has been slow for 3 main reasons. It is prohibitively expensive. Current costs are at a staggering $800 million per terabyte of data stored. Writing and reading the data using DNA is a process that takes hours and days, not the seconds we're accustomed to with hard drives, so commercial or consumer use is still many years away. And being a biological product, with such specific conditions needed for storage, the degradation risks remain extremely high. For even more ambitious and advanced applications of Android-esque technology, we need to look towards the holy grail of artificial intelligence, the race towards AGI, or Artificial General Intelligence.
Here we go.
This would essentially be the recreation of a human brain.
Here we go.
Allowing machines to learn and perform a wide range of tasks as or better than a human would. At the moment, AI relies on a lot of trickery to give the perception of intelligence or human ability. This is why initial image generation had issues rendering hands, or why OpenAI's Sora creates impossible or unnatural
you know what I could
motion.
do?
The AI does not understand physics or the structures behind the imagery, it's just able to smartly recreate pictures and video from reference data.
I could do this.
This field of AGI is so bound by moral and technological barriers that it is proving to be a modern scientific and engineering obsession.
Pushing each bit we can push the intelligence of these models further, there's so much more value created in time. And yes, it takes a lot of effort.
That's
the
good.
revenue goes up that too.
Depending on who you believe, we could only be 2 or 3 years away from witnessing it. The OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has suggested that as early as 2028 could see the breakthrough. 2 important factors make others rather more skeptical. For one, the sheer scale and complexity of human intelligence and cognitive ability requires reasoning, adaptation to almost infinite circumstances, and constant evolutionary learning, all of which is carried out by the brain millions of times at every second of the day. Yann LeCun, an AI pioneer, has even suggested that today's AI systems lack the nuanced ability and understanding of simple biological entities, and he says they couldn't even match the intelligence of a cat. While generative AI has proved successful and impressive over recent years, it's still clear that the tasks it performs are well within the guide rails, boundaries, and predefined parameters that it's given. The large language models, such as ChatGPT, that we are all now so used to seeing and using, are simply built on information that came before it, with no independent objectives other than what they have been set. Perhaps most importantly, the amount of energy and power required to match the human brain would be astounding. For context, one of the world's most powerful supercomputers, El Capitan, operates at exalevel scales of computing, requiring a staggering 40 megawatts of power, enough to run the energy of a small city.
As a result of the power of El Capitan, we'll be able to ask questions and answer them with more detail.
Yeah, big data.
We'll answer them faster, and we'll be able to solve more problems.
The humble human brain reaches exalevels every second, with 2 million times less power, using only 20 watts. Importantly,
Who's in
the
control?
vast majority
The
of
robots
these
already took
undoubtedly brilliant
Start
technological
making
advancements are being conducted in silos. And that is exactly where multimodal AI will become essential if anything we create can truly become like the androids of fiction.
What can you tell me about this sculpture?
The sculpture you're seeing is called My World in Your World by Eva Rothschild, located in Lewis Cubitt Park in London.
Multimodal AI refers to machines that can process, understand, align and generate information across multiple types of data, or modalities. Computer vision, large language models or LLMs, and image generation all typically work within their own silos. An example of current multimodal tech is something like the Ray-Ban and Meta smart glasses collaboration, in which you are able to ask questions about the object you are looking at. The cameras in the glasses have computer vision capabilities, which are able to interface with an LLM, enabling the assistant to audibly talk to you and answer the question accurately. However, this is still a long way from AGI, and there doesn't appear to be any major progression towards it currently, at least not publicly. Power infrastructure advancements may be needed to even power it at the moment. For the time being at least, humanoid robotics technology isn't quite ready for the mainstream human-replacing use cases as demanded by its form. The slowdown in productivity, along with the tech costing many times the yearly wage of a human worker, especially in manufacturing powerhouses like China and India, make it seem not viable for the time being. Even the current Tesla Optimus robot, that is stated to run at around $30,000, will be unlikely to perform anywhere near as efficiently as a human worker and may prove to be a minefield of maintenance. However, we are starting to see robots used in niche cases. Dog-like robots have already made it to market, being used to patrol gas facilities for leaks, for example, or carrying heavy equipment over rough terrain. The idea of your personal robot's housekeeper, however, seems further down the road. While there is definitely an appetite amongst tech companies to work towards the creation of true androids, it may be that the barriers and indeed the requirements for them will limit progress. On the other hand, the limitations of traditional materials used for robotics may also start to stagnate the development of this tech, driving more money into alternative innovations. Either way, the cost for android capability will be significantly more, and there are yet to be any clear-cut scenarios for where they can actually add value. Adopting a more biological way of thinking for tech is proving to be a fruitful pursuit though, as the DNA data projects and soft body robotics are beginning to prove. Perhaps then it's further down these roads that we will approach a more unified future for man and machines.
Remember to hit the subscribe button and ring that bell to stay updated with our latest content. And while you're here, why not check out another one of our exciting videos? Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
think the microphone works as well. I think the microphone works as well. Yeah, so... let's drop that in. Let's drop that down a little bit. And I don't know if anyone's here. We could do a little... messages. I could answer questions if anyone has any questions. Sweet baby Jesus. God, that's so cool. I freaking love it. I freaking love it. I've never made anything this cool. This is my coolest thing. This is my coolest thing so far. People are saying it's maybe the coolest. Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. God, it's just like hell.
There's an archive. See if you put the archive. I'm sure it's gonna.
People saying, I can't believe the base houses went hours. Why would they let him? Bro, they have 13 people. We have 1,300. You understand? That's the difference. 13 people are gonna. Those 13 people's comments. Those 13 people's comments are gonna get them.
I was thinking, when you were describing payouts, I was wondering if maybe when you first started, you set a parameter and it's been feeding you slowly instead of giving you a full payout. Is it possible you hit like a percentage or something and it set it up that way?
I wish. I mean, from the horse's mouth, directly, they acknowledged that it was wrong. I don't know if they said it was wrong, and then they chalked it up to the percent profit that the different
app stores were taking from my payouts, but upon, doing some math, it just doesn't make sense, and then they ghosted me. So.
You just have to take the initiative and those who think that you have to know read every line of that code in Bitcoin Core or Bitcoin Knots to kind of weigh in on whether or not you need to run a node is you're completely misguided. Right? Please don't think that way. I don't know how to code, right?
DIE.
Please look it up. I don't know what it means. Someone told me to say this. My APAC handler told me to say this. And so I'm saying it. My APAC handler told me to smear Tulsi Gabbard.
Toady. Definition of toadies. A person
A
who
sycophant,
flatters or defers to others
I
for
kinda used it right.
self-serving reasons.
A sycophant.
So she's an Assad sycophant. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's
That's proven.
known.
That's
about her.
known. That's known.
Like, what did she say that,
We have to look.
qualifies
I
her?
don't remember the details.
I
I've
probably
read-
should say that before we say that about her. We should probably read it rather.
Well, I have read it.
No, I mean, we should right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just so we know what she said.
Look up
I've had her
Tulsi
on here
Gabbard.
before,
Look
and
up
I really enjoyed talking to her. I like her a lot.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I like talking to her.
Okay,
I like
okay.
talking to her. I don't know about...
I think she's like the mother lode of bad ideas.
Whoa.
That came right out of Sam Harris's mouth, by the way.
That's a $200 million great statement.
This is a $200 million...
I'm pretty positive about that, especially on Assad.
I think that's what it says at the New York Times, at the Free Press newsroom. I'm pretty positive about that, I think. I'm pretty positive about that, I think. Jamie, could you look that up, please?
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong.
I don't think.
Did she ever apologize for believing in conversion therapy?
Oh, let's change the subject.
I didn't even know she believed in conversion.
Let's change the subject.
Am I crazy?
Yes.
Is that real?
I'm almost positive this is real. I think her father ran.
I think that's another thing they have as you leave the newsroom. It says everybody has to touch it, like Notre Dame when they touch it. I'm pretty positive this is real.
Yeah.
Like
when you say conversion therapy, you're talking about gay people.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I didn't know that. Like 22, she had said something about gay marriage and civil union.
Yeah, she's. I mean.
I can keep looking, but
I'm telling
don't have
you.
enough time to research everything all at the same time.
I can
Jamie,
come
we'll
back
look
on
it up.
when I know
Okay,
more,
but let's.
Yeah, she once touted working for an anti-gay group that backed conversion therapy. Anyway.
She worked for them, like she had a job there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm worried as a person who's been called alt-right adjacent.
I'm just looking
I'm worried
it up.
about labels.
Touted working for her father's anti-gay organization, which mobilized to pass a measure against same-sex marriage in Hawaii and promoted controversial conversion therapy.
Ooh.
Yeah. FYI. When
she was a kid. Most of the videos of the Free Press, including Barry's podcast, barely break 10,000 views on YouTube. On a scale of 1 to 10 for online impact, this might be a 3. Whatever the $200 million is for, it's not for a real value of her blog, but for Barry's role in spouting Israel propaganda. And there he shows it. Now confirmed that this episode of 60 Minutes led to be stripped of its editorial independence and led to the selling of CBS to David Ellison, who now plans to merge the company with Barry Weiss and the Free Press. Which was it? It was this. Sherry Redstone hoped Trump 60 Minute suit would root out anti-Israel bias at CBS News as she sold Paramount partly over October 7th. Redstone told the Times that for years she had resisted entreaties from potential suitors eager to buy Paramount. What pushed her to finally agree to sell the family business was the October 7th massacre of an estimated 1,200 Israelis. Once that happened, I wanted out, she told the Times. I wanted to support Israel and address issues around anti-Semitism and racism. There's more. She told the Times that her breaking point came just days before she withdrew from settlement talks with Trump in January this year. CBS aired a 60-minute segment featuring State Department officials who quit over American support for Israel's Gaza war, a piece the American Jewish Committee blasted as shockingly one-sided, lacked factual accuracy, and relied heavily on misguided information. Redstone wasn't alone in her concerns. Days after the segment aired, George Cheeks, who oversees CBS, shared Redstone's dismay about the Gaza episode, 60 Minutes, and soon appointed veteran producer Susan Zinsky as executive director to review 60 Minutes segments, stripping the show of its traditional independence from corporate interference. In April, the longtime executive producer of 60 Minutes, Bill Owens, departed after Zinsky's appointment undermined his autonomy. And now Israel spy Barry Weiss will be the director of CBS. This comes 1 week after Trump threatens to go after broadcast networks, mirroring a similar tweet from Elon last year. It's clear that they are threatening these networks to have pro-Israel reporting to avoid lawfare. Here's what Donald Trump said. Despite a very high popularity, and according to many, among the greatest 8 months in presidential history, ABC, NBC, fake news, two of the worst and most biased networks in history, give me 97% bad stories. If that is the case, they are simply an arm of the Democratic Party and should, according to many, have their licenses revoked by the FCC. I would be totally in favor of that because they are so biased and untruthful, an actual threat to our democracy, MAGA. There's a lot of what he said in there, and it's actually true. There's a lot of it. Elon Musk retweets David Sachs. He says the major broadcast networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, operate on free licenses of public spectrum in exchange for requirements to serve the public interest. So they get their broadcasts, they get to use their bandwidth because it's limited. They get to use it for free, but they are supposed to do broadcasting in the public interest, which they don't. They do it in the interest of corporations. They no longer do, and this is an obsolete model anyway, the spectrum should be auctioned off with proceeds. So, and then Elon Musk says, great idea. Great idea. So, Glenn Greenwald said, to be fair, at least there is finally some room for Israel supporters in the U.S. corporate media. That at least is progress. So that's him being funny. He's being cheeky, as they would say.
I thought radical feminists were irrational, but now you see how similar the woke right is?
And so there's a story. Barry Weiss set to top role at CBS News, and Paramount closes in on free press acquisition. So that's it. So that's the deal, which is being finalized by Paramount's lawyers and was first reported by Puck on Wednesday, set CBS News on a course for a more conservative approach in line with CEO David Ellison's vision. The Wrap's reporting suggests it's likely that Weiss is going to run CBS News. So that's it. So Israel has now taken over CBS News. Just so you know. That's what's going on. She founded the Free Press in 2022 after leaving New York Times, where she was an opinion columnist. She's respected by some of her independent approach and her critique of mainstream media as too woke, but criticized by others for giving a pass to powerful people with whom she agrees, such as Elon Musk, when he bought Twitter in 2022, and Peter Thiel, who she interviewed sympathetically earlier this year on her podcast, declining to push back on non-answers. CBS News has been a subject of a political tug-of-war and a target of the Trump administration, which extracted $16 million settlement from a lawsuit over a 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris. As part of the Skydance merger, Paramount agreed to place an internal ombudsman to ensure that the news organization was even-handed as part of its negotiations with the Trump administration. In one of its first moves after taking over Paramount, the Ellison-led leadership eliminated DEI initiatives and Paramount altogether. As a journalist who comes from the opinion columns rather than the trenches of news gathering, Weiss is sure to raise opposition within the newsroom ranks of CBS News as a top decision maker, especially in the wake of the departure of venerated CBS News executive Bill Owens and CBS News chief Wendy McMahon, both of whom cited corporate meddling in the news division as the reason for their resignations. An individual with knowledge of the deal said that Paramount did expect there to be resignations as a result of Weiss's acquisition. Weiss resigned from New York Times, blah, blah, blah. In her resignation letter, which she posted publicly, she accused the paper of fostering an illiberal environment where dissenting views were met with open hostility from colleagues. And so now she's going to foster an illiberal environment at CBS where dissenting views will be met with open hostility if it's against Israel. She said
she did in college.
Like she did. She said she had been subjected to bullying, both in... Anyway, who gives about this? Is there one more? There's one. The site consistently publishes... So she's then founded for the Free Press, a site that consistently publishes pro-Israel writers and also showcases journalists who abandon mainstream media, such as Ari Berliner, a former senior business editor at NPR who left over alleged left-wing bias. In 2024 essay, Berliner argued that NPR had shifted from an open-minded, curious culture to one dominated by a progressive worldview, claiming that a lack of diverse view had undermined public trust in the outlet. Well, that's all true. NPR is horrible, too. But there you go. So I guess the breaking news there is now Israel is now running CBS News. In case you were wondering what else they're not only running the White House, the State Department, our foreign policy, our whole government is being run by blackmailed pedos. They run everything. You can't get a contract for the state unless you agree to support Israel. You can't go against. You can't boycott them, or you're going to be thrown in jail. It's
like China. You can do what you want now, but don't talk about China. Was what they told me when I was doing comedy there.
Yeah,
that's what we have. Except it's not. Don't talk about Americans. Don't talk about this other country.
Don't talk about Israel. So, but if you want to hear me talk about Israel and the garbage Zionists that they are, you can come see me in Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Louisville, Kentucky, Fort Wayne, Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, and San Francisco. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. This is great news that now they're just blatantly Israel now is running a news organization in the United States, one of the most venerated news organizations. Walter Cronkite.
Out of the necessity of World War II, it really doesn't add up with what the public justification is.
Is it even possible to understand what the mandate of the CIA is, though? Because it seems very...
Well, it's supposed to be to protect American national security. But national security for a long time has been this huge catch-all, right?
Of course, yeah, that's
and
what
the
I mean.
U.S. has justified all sorts of things under the guise of national security. And presumably continued to do so. So, I don't really give that a lot of weight. I mean, so as an example, like the Reagan administration, when Iran-Contra was being investigated, there was a line of questioning brought up about how the group that was responsible for that in the Reagan administration had developed something called the continuity of government protocols, whereby under a vaguely defined national emergency, basically the entire American Constitution could be suspended. Pretty scandalous stuff. And one of the examples of this vaguely defined national emergency was a widespread nonviolent opposition to U.S. military intervention abroad. And when a congressman tried to ask Oliver North about this at the Iran-Contra trial, they basically shut down the hearing under the guise of national security.
But
it's crazy.
Well, if you think the economic strength of the US is national security, that's a catch-all for protecting...
The American multinational corporations that openly admitted, if you believe peace, are intermingling with the state-owned companies of, China and Russia are ostensible adversaries.
But you can justify the protection of a multinational in another country by changing the administration, and you could...
Or re-domiciling them, sure, yeah.
Or allowing or turning a blind eye to banks banking money from drug trafficking.
Yeah, of course.
And so it then creates a different set of rules for those within the elite gang of what they can and can't do from what you and I as mere plebs.
So taking this back to the Epstein scandal, I think that's why they only want to keep the discussion at sex trafficking.
Because it's wider than sex
Because it's wider than that. Epstein was absolutely doing a lot of really shady arms trafficking stuff and financial criminality, and they have no interest in getting deep in the weeds there.
Because that exposes other people.
Sure. Absolutely. And basically, you know, this illusion that our world operates the way, you know, we're told it operates.
Yeah, but I think we know it doesn't anymore. Like, the veil has been lifted. I think the only worry is we move on so quickly we just forget about this Epstein thing. It's just this thing in the past.
Well, it's been pretty persistent in not being forgotten about, which I think now, you know, in the case of the Trump administration, they really wish people would move along and forget about it.
But it does feel like ever since Trump came out, the last few weeks, it feels like it has been going cold. People have been talking about it a bit less.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, so much is going on in the U.S. with U.S. policy that it's, you know, stuff that's huge news, you know, it gets ended up buried a few days later. And, you know, I mean, a decade ago it would have been a huge multi-month long story. Now it's just a blip. I mean, the news cycle is just so fast, too. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why that could be. But, I mean, I think also just because, you know, it was the Epstein case was particularly popular with Trump's base, less so with the Democratic base. Now a lot of the influencers in that media circuit are either being like, yes, it was a hoax, or are, you know, have moved on to other things.
Because the trail has gone dead? Like, what else can... I mean, we can keep asking
Well,
questions.
I don't know what you mean by trail going dead. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the administration does not plan to release further documents. And I guess there's this planned congressional hearing where they've subpoenaed the Clintons and some other things, some other people, but I anticipate that'll be a pretty controlled hearing. I don't think you're going to hear any questions about Mark Middleton or Chinagate there, or what Epstein was doing those 17 times he went to the White House. It's all going to be about everything that happened after Clinton was no longer president, which is, if you look at how the Epstein case has been treated with respect to Bill Clinton for years now, it only focuses on Clinton after he left office. It's the same for Bill Gates, too. They only focus on the Gates-Epstein relationship after Gates was no longer chairman of Microsoft.
So it's planned, controlled, a trickle of information, feeding scraps to us?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's defining the spectrum of what's allowable, what's interesting. It's a limited hangout. So it's like they define some, you know, tidbits that are interesting within a spectrum, and people are so entranced by what's in that spectrum, they don't look for anything beyond that. They just assume that's all there is.
Because if we know everything, it opens up everything. It's Pandora's box.
Well, it is a Pandora's box in a way, yeah, sure. Because basically, if you go, you know, as my books show, if you go as deep as I went in writing those two books, and you could certainly go deeper, it basically shows that, the world is basically run by a meta cartel.
Explain that.
Well, you know, I would argue, it is a cartel. It basically operates with impunity, and they have no accountability for all of their crimes, even when they're exposed here and there. Some people just are protected and above the law, almost inexplicably. And, you know, as I point out in my book, it's a lot of the same actors over and over again, the same institutions, and you can see when one institution crumbles, another one pops up in its place. So as an example in the book, I talk a lot about the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI. That implodes in 1991. It's covered up by William Barr, when he was Attorney General, who covered up Iran-Contra, the Promise Software scandal, and BCCI, all as being Attorney General, and later would return to kind of do that for Trump 1 when he was Attorney General again. But after BCCI implodes, a lot of their portfolio of, organized crime and shady interest goes to the banks of that are sort of related to this guy named Edmund Safra. And Edmund Safra dies in his home, supposedly from, the story is very bizarre, but from arson allegedly set by his American nurse because she wanted to set a fire and then save him from it, but then didn't save him from it. Yeah. It's fine. Anyway, he was very good friends with Robert Maxwell and a lot of these figures that pop up all over the place in the Epstein case. And then who absorbs his banks? HSBC. they basically take those over, and then HSBC gets exposed. I forget. I think that it wasn't the Panama Papers, but it was like one of those consortium of journalists that published these leaks. Basically, revealed a lot of prominent people that were part of these HSBC Swiss accounts that had been inherited from Safra. Epstein was one of them. Some associates of Epstein, like Flavio Briatore, are there, but also, HSBC was laundering money for drug cartels. And who didn't go after them when they were in charge of the Bank of England? Mark Carney, who is now Prime Minister of Canada. And while he was head of the Bank of England, there's pictures of him hanging out with Ghislaine. Whose Father Robert Maxwell was banked by Safra, among other things. So.
Well, I remember him from my childhood because he was a prominent figure in the UK.
Of course.
Mirror group, and waking up one day and his body's found in the ocean. Another suspicious death.
Yeah, Ghislaine thinks it was rogue Mossad agents and Sicilian mafia hitmen that killed him.
Together?
Working together. It's kind of funny because that's kind of the thesis of my book. It's like the National Crime Syndicate, which was the Italian mafia, their New York branch, and later their head got deported to Italy and sort of set up shop there. And then the Jewish mob that was headed by Mayor Lansky. And that basically this crime syndicate is the crime syndicate that teamed up with, intelligence agencies. Because this Operation Underworld, all of that, the formation of this nexus predates the founding of the State of Israel. And so a lot of these actors, and I note this in my book too, were involved with the arming of the Haganah, these paramilitary groups that would create Israel in 1948, and then helped them set up their intelligence agencies. So that's sort of how you get all this overlap between, Mossad, Britain, CIA. It goes back to, the beginning of Israel's national security complex, really.
I have this picture in my head of like a huge wall of pinballs with bits of string tying things together, but I think it all exists in your head.
It doesn't all exist in my head. I mean, I have to put it on paper and plan it out too. I don't do the stereotypical conspiratorial pinboard thing. That's like the Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme. Like, I don't do that, but I mean, some of it does require mapping out because, I mean, think about how these people operate. These people could not have gotten away with all of this if it wasn't for mazes of holding companies, shell companies, Byzantine offshore banks, and I mean, all the other things that enable financial criminality in today's world. So obviously the connections are similarly going to be labyrinthian and Byzantine, but they are there.
Okay, but how do you make sense of it all? Because it is a large, complex network of people, institutions, politicians, billionaires. How do so many people get away with it?
I basically feel like I pretty convincingly show in my book that there's a lot of baton passing going on between the generations. So like my book starts in the 40s, and I follow a lot of these institutions and people through the years. I talk a lot about how a figure named Roy Cohn, who was Donald Trump's mentor, and how he passed a lot of things on to Trump. How a lot of people that were in Cohn's network got involved with Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell hired them when he came to the U.S., including figures like Robert Keith Gray, that were PR executives on their face, but also tied to the CIA, involved in sex blackmail, close friends with William Casey, who was CIA director under Reagan, among other things. And how they, got involved with Maxwell's entry into New York City, which is how, mainly how Ghislaine got so enmeshed in New York society, and also, teamed up with Epstein in that same period of time. So, all of this matters, and these connections are significant because this baton passing shows that this is a generational thing. And in the case of Maxwell, Robert Maxwell's children, at least the ones that were close to him, because you have two that sort of splintered off from the larger Maxwell clan, but are very open that, after he died, they were trying to figure out how to rebuild.
What is she doing? I just don't understand what you're doing. Like, what's the point of all this? Are we just going to complain about the end of the world until it's fucking over? Like, I just don't understand what is going on. Like, we get it. The world's fucked. What's the game plan? What in the motherfucking game plan is the game plan, people? Bro, my robot's already cooler than me. How is that possible? Bro, my robot is cooler than me. How is that possible? Oh, Logan's Run. We're gonna watch Logan's Run. Oh, I gotta do this. Let's lock in. Let's lock in. God, that's such a good photo.
Capricorn.
Come on, baby, let's go. Perfect.